wildlife up there or something?
No, I think I see a spring,
watching the spring.
right here. I'm trying to find the source maybe.
Ah,
Maybe it's up on the next one.
cool. You guys see the eagle that was soaring around here?
No?
No.
Yeah, it was pretty cool because you see the clouds and then all of a sudden eagles come out.
Right out of the clouds?
Yep.
Crazy.
He's probably still soaring up there. We just can't see him.
I have to wear my sunglasses to look in this white.
Yep.
Was he big?
Oh, yeah.
Very
Wingspan's probably about as wide as my wingspan.
I've only ever seen one perched on a tree when I was in
Yeah.
Yellowstone.
Okay.
It's kind of far, so I couldn't tell his size.
Yeah.
But you could tell his white head.
Gotcha. Now, this one wasn't a bald eagle. It was a different type. But probably a golden eagle, if I had to guess, because they're native to this part. And this is around the time of year that they come back.
Where do they migrate to?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure.
Do you like birds?
Not really a bird watcher, but eagles are pretty cool.
Yeah.
did. I went to that factory.
I'll go up on this side.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
How are you guys today?
It's fine. You have a good hike, sir.
Thank you. You guys have a good one too. Morning. How are you?
Good. How about yourself?
All right. Morning. Hello. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Have a good hike.
Thanks, you too.
All right, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm almost done.
All right.
Not almost, but
All right, campsite's that way. Peak is this way. Where I'm passing the campsite, that means I'm pretty close to the peak. Probably another half an hour, maybe less. Morning. How are you? Hello. Oh, thank you. Hello. I was hoping we'd ascend above the clouds, but not today. Hello.
How you doing?
All right. You guys only have a couple more switchbacks, then you're there.
All right.
Yep. You guys notice any split off to go to El Capitan? I haven't seen any yet.
I haven't.
All right. Because I know it's about a quarter mile back on the trail.
Huh.
But, oh well. Have a good one. Oh, hello again.
Howdy.
Hey, have you guys hiked this place before?
Not this trail, but a different trail in this part.
Ah,
I've done both.
I was wondering if you guys knew where the turnoff for El Capitan was.
I
But
saw it down there.
it's down there.
All the way towards almost the beginning of the trailhead. There
No,
was a
no,
turn.
that one actually doesn't go to El Capitan.
Oh, does it
Oh,
not?
weird.
No,
It was like
goes
that.
to the base of it and passes it.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, there's a one up here that splits off somewhere. It's technically not an official trail that you can go over to go at the top of it, but
He's catching cell phone service right now.
For a
you
moment
might.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got
Nada.
service at this moment.
you mind pulling up all trails?
Sweet.
Well, I'll keep looking. I know if I hit the campground, I've gone too far. I'll turn back.
What were you looking for, Capitan?
Well, I was going to go from that peak over to El Capitan,
Yeah.
and I know that there's some sort of split off somewhere around here,
Oh, gotcha.
but
There was another trail that split off from this one.
That was the campsite.
yeah, that was the campsite. And I know if I've gone there, there's there's a secondary turnoff, which is a little bit longer. That's about 1/8 of a mile down.
I have the...
It doesn't show up on Google.
No, it does not.
So it might show up on all trails?
It does show up on all trails.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's why we tried to pull up, but all trails wouldn't give us a little blue dot location where we are right now. Maybe this is it. Maybe. Don't know.
And you have to write these really long letters back and forth to each other. A lot of Did you find it?
Nope. There's a second turnoff to it about an eighth mile by the camp,
Okay.
an eighth mile away. So I'll do is I'll go to the turnoff for the camp, then I'll
And
come
then
back
see
up
if
the eighth mile and try
Oh,
to
there you
find
go.
it.
Yeah, yeah. Good luck.
So at least I have a backstop.
Yep, exactly. I don't know. It just seemed. I don't feel like sometimes it's like.
Yeah, I can see that. She was like confused about what.
Yeah, no, things would sit on the floor. Like I thought, because I thought people didn't know.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, it's also like this way, right?
Maybe this is it.
Nice. Got it.
You want the
All
same?
right.
No, I'm good. Thank you. And that's the turnoff for the campsite.
All right, I'll hit my backstop.
Oh,
nice.
okay.
So now it's time to go back up
Well, good luck.
and find the actual turnoff. Thank you. You may not need that sun hat today. You may not need that sun hat today. Yeah, I guess I'll just go that way. I was looking along the ridgeline because I was curious. Did you make it to El Capitan? Me either. Yeah, so I've gone off trail several times and just hit dead ends. It's possible that this high peak over here is El Capitan because I whipped out my altimeter and it had the right altitude on it. So it's maybe it, but it seems too close to the trail. Seems too close to the actual trail though.
Yeah, I tried following what was on all trails for it, and there's no trail.
No.
And I think I went maybe like a third of a mile.
Yeah.
And then I saw some, I don't know animals very well, but some like curved horns, probably not deer, rams maybe.
Okay.
Like a pack of rams. They were like right on the path where I was like probably supposed to go. And
Oh.
I tried to like go around them, and then I was just going down so much that I just like.
Well, you lose 700 feet between Guadalupe Peak and El Capitan.
Yeah. So I didn't like that. I was just like, I looked at the reviews and people were like, this is not a good like attempt.
Yep. Well, I was up in Las Cruces last week and I went out to Granite Peak. So once you get like 5 miles away from it, no trail. I literally whipped out my machete and was cutting through trees the entire way for like 4 miles to get to it. And I found a geocache up there. It hadn't been signed since March of 2020.
What do you mean? What is a geocache?
Geocache? You know, people go out in the woods and stuff and they hide little boxes and stuff for people to find.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if it wasn't a fog and like, I also think
Yeah.
it was supposed to rain around 3. So.
Yep. So I'm going to be heading down too.
Yeah, I know. Without that, maybe it's worth giving it a shot, but
Yeah, because I was just coming down from up there. I finally got sight of that trail. So,
yeah.
but I figure I'm just going to head down, call El Capitan. Either maybe the one I was up there is it, or just a loss.
Yeah, I might do it tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see.
Yep.
I will. I'll see you on the trail, man.
Yep. You have a good one.
make it?
What's that?
Did you make it?
Oh, I made it down to this part. Yeah, I went down to the, what's it called? The turnoff where the campsite was. Because I saw on All Trails that when it came back, it linked in about an eighth mile from there.
Okay.
Then I went back up and across the bridge. And I actually do have my compass on me.
Oh, there you go.
So I shot an azimuth almost due south.
Yeah.
And I just followed that and I hit a ridge line.
Oh, okay.
And that's what I followed. But I just don't know if the peak that I got to is it or not.
Yeah.
Because I was literally just going cross country.
I see. But did you see it when you came to the park from like the ground? Do you
Yes,
remember? Oh,
I think so. Oh, I saw some things, but it was probably up in the clouds.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't know. I got up there. Altimeter said 8,069 feet, which, you know, it's plus or minus 50 feet
Yeah.
because it's GPS altimeter. So
I see. Do you have a GPS like event recorder on your person?
no, I do not.
Oh, okay.
But I did screenshot where I was. So I do have a, it doesn't record, but I do have a map thing
Yeah.
that I can pull
like,
up. So I
cross-reference.
screenshot that. So,
Got it.
so I can go back and see if I actually made
If
it
you
or
made
not.
it or not,
Yeah.
Nice.
So I just don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go see how far away I was. I think I was still.
But that's pretty cool. You saw some rams.
Yeah, I took some photos. I should have brought my binoculars to shoot through them, but
You wouldn't see much with binoculars today.
yeah.
But it was cool. While I was up there, though, a small clearing came in, like right where I was. So I was able to see out to the highway.
Yeah, I mean, this you can see the bottom now, right? Like, I
Yeah.
think that's the I don't know, the visitor center maybe.
Oh, right down there?
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. But yeah, I could see the highway, and I could see up and down the mountain, like
Cool.
along the cliffs.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I could see where the clouds hit again.
yeah, yeah.
So I took my camera off, put it on a tripod
Okay.
that I have in my back, and I filmed the clouds as they came in across the cliff and
Nice.
then inundated me
Yeah,
again.
that's the one good thing about the clouds. You get stuff like that looks
Yeah.
cool.
Yep. But yeah, so I guess I'll just get off the mountain, head back home, and get some dinner.
Back to El Paso for you.
Yeah, back to El Paso.
Nice, man.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess it's early enough, right? It's only 3. That's not bad.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be 3 by the time we're down. Maybe a little bit past. But
Oh,
yeah,
I got 3 now. Are you on Central Time or Mountain Time?
I'm on. Are we back in Central right now? I'm on Mountain.
You're on Mountain?
I'm on Mountain.
Oh, I don't know what my phone is on.
Is your phone? We might have crossed back into Central
Could be switching back. Yeah.
because the county line is probably about 10 miles down the road, and then that may be where the time zone switches.
Yeah.
Because I'm on Mountain.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense. El Paso further west.
Yep.
Got it. And yeah, my thing's probably back on Central Time. Switched.
Yep. What's my phone on? I never use my phone. My phone's on Mountain
Oh, nice.
because my phone's supposed to switch automatically,
Yeah. Yeah, I think mine does too.
but my phone doesn't have any service right now. So
Yeah, I threw mine on airplane mode, state battery.
yep.
Another reason why I turned around. This only has like, I don't know, less than half battery. So
Yep.
thinking worst case scenario didn't seem good.
Yep.
Not worth it.
That's why I got rid of my old phone.
Oh yeah?
I mean, it made it about 5.5 years.
Okay.
So I always get rugged phones. I never get like flagships.
Yeah, yeah.
My other one I think is a little bit more rugged than this one though. It was a Kyocera,
Okay.
and this is a Blackview.
I've never even heard of these things. That's cool though.
Yeah. So Blackview, right now this is the only rugged, in quotes, phone in the world that has 5G.
Wow.
So
Oh yeah, my phone doesn't even know 5G.
yeah. So I'm like, all right, I want something with a big battery.
Yeah.
I want 5G. I want wireless charging. I want it to be rugged. Those are like the things I want.
Yeah.
Because my other phone, like, I was going my ATV. I hit a bad jump, and I came forward on it, and I slammed my knee into where I had my phone,
Oh yeah.
and it cracked the screen when I slammed my knee into it.
Yeah.
So I went for like 9 months with a cracked screen
Yeah.
because I was looking for like a 5G rugged phone,
Yeah.
and there was none.
You just wanted future proof.
to future proof, so I can have it another 5 years, you know?
Yeah, makes sense.
So I looked it up and I'm like, oh, this company announced that they're making a 5G rugged phone. And they're like, yeah, 9 months away. We're launching. I'm like, okay.
So you waited?
So I waited.
Launch? Wow.
I waited for launch. So they started selling pre-orders like three or 4 months before they started actually doing anything or shipping. So I dropped in a pre-order as soon as they dropped it on. And actually they dropped their pre-orders on what's it called? Was it GoFundMe or well, it's one of those sites, a Kickstarter site, yeah. So they had like special deals if you kickstarted, kickstarted them. So they threw in like $200 off or something.
Nice.
Or they had other deals where you could get it with headphones, and you could, like, if you did the Kickstarter thing, you could choose which deal you got.
Yeah.
So I don't need accessories and whatnot.
Yeah, just get to save money. So what's it called?
It's called a Black View.
Black View.
Yeah, Black View.
Check that out.
Yep. And I even looked it up now. There's still no other company that makes a 5G rugged phone. So it's still the only one out there.
Wow.
Though there is another company that announced they're going to make one like 6 months from now.
Okay.
So, but right now it's corner of the market.
Yeah. Do you get any 5G service anywhere?
Yes.
Oh, you do?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I didn't when I had Verizon, but then I switched to T-Mobile and I get 5G all over the place.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm so glad I switched from Verizon to T-Mobile.
Yeah.
Like, my coverage is so much better.
I'm on T-Mobile as well.
Yep.
I don't have a 5G antenna in my phone, but
yeah,
the coverage it's pretty good.
I should have brought my other phone out because I have an AT&T pay-as-you-go burner.
Okay.
That I normally, when I hike like this, I bring it out and I compare, see which one has better service.
Oh, yeah.
But everywhere I've been hiking lately, like,
You're good with it.
I'm good with T-Mobile.
Nice.
And it always had better service than AT&T.
Yeah.
But Verizon doesn't even do pay-as-you-go stuff. Because, like, if I'm not hiking, like I have to work a lot or something,
Yeah.
you know, I can go 2 or 3 months without using it.
Wow.
But it's fine with AT&T. I'll just be like, hey, I'm not going to use it the next couple months. And then when I go to use it, turn it back on.
Yeah.
Just set it up.
That's pretty convenient.
So, yeah, it is pretty convenient. I wish Verizon had something like that because I could go out hikes like this, you know, and report back
Their coverage is
the coverage. Hello.
Hey.
Because, you know, you go on like 14ers.com up in Colorado.
Yeah.
You know, they have reports of service from the peaks.
Wow.
And they're like, hey, while you're hiking up at this point of the trail, nobody has service. And then when you get to this point of the trail, this company has service, but these don't.
Wow, it's that well documented?
Yep. But it's only like that for like a few of the peaks.
I see.
So I kind of want to, while I'm on this leave, go up to Colorado and do a few peaks that aren't documented like that.
Yeah. And
you know, and do it at least for T-Mobile and AT&T.
that'd be cool. I'd appreciate that as a T-Mobile customer that
Yeah.
one day do some 14ers.
Because they did it back in some of the peaks, they did it, but they did it back in 2012, and they haven't updated it since then.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only related thing I can think of is, have you ever heard of this app called iOverlander?
Yes, I have.
Nice. Yeah, the one thing I love about that is, I mean, it's, you know, it's hit or miss documentation, but people will put, like, at this site or whatever, you have this many bars with, like, AT&T, no Verizon coverage, like, pretty detailed phone coverage information for those, like,
Yeah.
just random spots where you might need to camp, which we
Yep.
used when we went to Zion. Like, we just did an iOverlander,
Mhm.
was a Bureau of Land Management spot,
Okay.
which is awesome because
Up in which
Zion?
Zion?
Yeah. Have you been?
No, I have not. Is that in New Mexico?
That's Utah.
Utah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a super cool park. It
Zion.
kind of sucks though because it's just so popular. Like, there are
Yeah.
just a ton of people there.
I've seen some news articles about like all the national parks
Yeah.
are bursting at the seams with so many people.
Yeah, I bet.
Because
I
a
think
lot of
like
people,
COVID and,
a lot of people didn't do family vacations last year.
right,
And this year they don't want to go to like Disney World and stuff because
Yeah.
COVID's still a thing.
right.
So they're like, I'll go to a park, I'll be outside and all that. So everybody's doing that.
Yep.
So this park's not so bad.
Those
I
are
was-
the least visited parks, I guess, traditionally. Like
Yep.
fewer than.
But even so, like, I was surprised how many people there were because of how much it's been raining lately.
Oh yeah.
But there's still a decent amount of people in the parking lot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Like, my last hikes up in Las Cruces, I literally didn't see anybody.
Where's that, in New Mexico?
New Mexico.
Okay, cool.
So if you go towards El Paso from here,
yeah.
then you get on I-10. It's about 50 miles past El Paso on I-10.
Okay.
Yep.
What is it, a mountain range out there?
Yep, there's a mountain range up there. They call them the Oregon Mountains.
Okay.
The highest peak is called Oregon Needle.
Oregon Needle.
That one is a smoker. Like, it's only like 7 or 8 miles out and back, but it takes all day
Wow.
because you're just like this.
Jeez.
And luckily, up at the top, there's like a vertical, but luckily someone tied in a rope and
Oh
left
my-
it there for other people to use. Yep,
It's crazy.
yep.
So are you able to like kind of walk and hike up the?
Yeah,
most of
you
it?
can walk it, most of it, except for that one spot.
At the end?
But look, it's right short of the summit.
Interesting.
Yep. And if you get up there, you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna do this.
Yeah, you
I've
got
done
it,
so
right?
much to get to this point.
Huh.
Yep.
I just did.
But it's one of those ones that you're just looking at it and it looks intimidating.
Yeah. Wow. Is this the highest point in New Mexico?
No. The highest point in New Mexico is up north
Uh,
because Oregon Needle is just over 9,000 feet. And the highest point in New Mexico is actually a 13er.
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't been up to that one because, you've obviously overheard that I'm in the Army.
Yes.
If we're not on leave status,
I didn't
we're
understand like 96% of what you guys were saying.
Yeah.
I just understood
I know.
like, some sort of
There's
military thing.
in any industry you work in, there's vernacular for the
Yeah.
industry. Military is the same. But so when we're not on leave, we are limited to how far we're allowed to travel from our duty station.
I see.
And by default, it's 250 miles.
Okay.
But a lot of local commanders are allowed to restrict it even further than that.
Oh, interesting.
So in El Paso, during COVID, they restricted it to 50.
Wow. Okay.
Then in March, they loosened up and it was 100.
Damn, that is nuts. But if you're on leave, you can
Yep.
go wherever you want.
Yep. And they finally got rid of that restriction. So in leave, technically you're not supposed to be able to go wherever you want. So you put on your leave form wherever you're going, and you can be within 250 miles of your assigned duty station or 250 miles of the address you put on your leave form.
I see. They don't want
If
you
you're-
bouncing around everywhere.
Yep. But if you want to go multiple places,
Yep.
it's okay. You just have to let your commander know and get the thumbs up.
I see.
So on your leave form, if you want to go to multiple places like I am, you put the furthest place, by line of sight from
Got it.
where you're going.
Yeah.
And then all the other places you want to go, you put in your remarks column at the bottom.
Okay.
There's like a block 17 is a remarks column that you can free text, put stuff in. All the other blocks on the form is like, rigid, you can only put certain things in,
Yeah.
but that one you can free text.
I think I met some Army kids from El Paso. I was living in Austin for 4 months and
Yep.
volunteered at like a mass vaccination site.
Yep.
And they sent like the National Guard over to help.
Yep.
And some kids were from, I think, El Paso Station, or maybe. I don't really fully know, but all I
Yep.
remember is they were just so young. I was surprised.
I know, because, most of the people that join up, 18, 19 years old.
Yeah, yeah.
And most of the lieutenants we get, they go straight from high school to college, straight from college to the Army. That's the most common path. Medical is a little bit different, which is my field.
Yeah.
We typically get older recruits, and our officers that we get are typically older because they'll do nursing school or med school before they join the Army.
I see.
So they'll do college and then they'll do nursing school or med school.
What about yourself? What did you do before?
I was homeless before I joined the Army. So
Oh, wow.
I got technically I got a diploma because I was working at a Christian, at a church that had a Christian school attached to it.
Okay.
And they let me, as part of my salary, instead of paying me certain per hours, they reduced my per hourly wage.
Yeah.
And then they enrolled me as a student. So I did like a distance learning type thing through them.
Okay.
So I did technically get my high school diploma.
Where was this?
This was in Tavares, Florida.
Where is that in Florida?
Tavares is northwest of Orlando by about 30 miles.
West. Okay, so but not like Panhandle.
Not Panhandle, no.
Okay, not that far.
Not that far. But yeah, so yeah, I worked as a janitor at that church. At the same time, I was working at JCPenney at their warehouses.
Okay.
And I also found odd jobs. And I lived in my truck at the time. I was emancipated minor.
You were what? Oh, emancipated minor.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Oh, my parents couldn't take care of me.
I see.
So at 16, I moved out and lived on my own.
Wow. In a truck? Like, did you buy a truck?
I did buy a truck for $3,000 cash.
Damn.
An F-150. And it had 140,000 when I bought it. It had 310,000 when it died.
Jeez.
Yep.
Why do you sell that thing?
Well, some of my odd jobs, I would drive back and forth and go up to Georgia for them. Because I'd find people that needed like general labor and construction
Yeah.
or things like that. And they were paying they were hurting for work. So they were paying like 40 bucks an hour.
Oh, wow.
So hell yeah, I'm going to drive up there and take a 2-week
totally
thing.
Worth it. Yeah.
Yeah. And my boss at JCPenney, he was really cool with it. He's like, all right, because I was only an on-call worker at the time. And at the church, they're like, all right, we need you to do this, this, and this. And we need you to be back because we have, Easter things and big things like, or big things for our school plays. And we need a thorough clean for those.
Yeah.
Well, we can get by, for this week if nobody cleans the church.
I see. Got it.
Type thing.
Huh.
Yep.
Wow. So how many jobs were you working at once at one point in time?
At one point in time, I had 5 jobs.
5.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
And when did you first move out of the truck?
When I joined the Army.
When you joined the Army.
Yep.
Okay.
I could have moved out earlier.
Yeah.
It was just, I got so
Like,
accustomed
you
to
used
it.
Yeah.
I got so accustomed to it. People got accustomed to me doing it because I was also technically doing distance. Once I graduated the high school, I did distance learning at a community college.
Okay.
So I went there and took showers at their gym and stuff like that. Or I did it at the church because it had a high school attached and I used their showers.
What was your sleeping situation in the truck?
So,
did you sleep in the bed? Or?
no. Well, sometimes I did.
Okay.
I had a bench seat. It was a 91 F-150 and it had a bench seat.
So no second row, just
No
one?
second row.
Got it.
Yep.
Bench seat for the front row. Okay.
Yep. It was a stick shift, 5 on the floor.
Yeah. Man,
inline 6.
Not 6'6", let me tell you.
Yeah.
You might have been out of that truck a little sooner.
You know what? I was, I think I was 5'2" when I got into the truck, and I think I was about my current height, about 5'8", 5'9" when I got out of the truck. So I grew a lot the last 2 years of high school.
Got it.
Or the last 2 years of what would be high school for most people. But yeah.
Wow. Okay. And then you joined the Army.
And then I joined the Army.
And how did you? I guess you joined the Army in Florida, right?
From Florida, yes. I went through the. What was the MEP station I went through? I think I had to go all the way up to the Pensacola MEPS to join through there. MEPS is Military Interesting Processing Station.
Oh. Okay.
Everyone that joins the Army goes through one of the MEPS. And they're the people that actually ship you out to your basic training.
Got it. So they sent you to El Paso eventually?
Yes. The MEPS process all services, though. They not just Army. They do the Marines, the Air Force, the Coast Guard, all the above. and apparently now the Space Force.
Oh, interesting. Wow, you have lived a very interesting life.
Yep. Even since I joined the Army, it's been interesting.
I can only
'Cause,
imagine.
I mean,
In the Army for
I've been in the Army for just under 18 years now.
18 years.
Yep.
Oh, snap. That's a long time.
Yeah. Well,
Did you join right when you were 18?
I was 18 when I joined. Yes.
Okay.
Not right when I was 18. Actually, almost exactly 18 and a half is when I joined.
Okay.
It was the end of July. So I'm about a month away from 18-year mark.
Got it. You have to be 18 to join, right? Is that how it works?
As an emancipated minor, yes. But no. You can join as young as 16,
Oh, like your
as so
parents.
long as you have completed high school and you have your guardian sign off.
Ah, I see.
Now,
Wow.
you can't deploy to a combat zone until you're 18.
Okay.
Yes, the Army does, even if they have soldiers that are younger than 18, the Army will not ship people to a combat zone
seems smart.
or even overseas until they're 18. So,
I mean, 18's already really young, so.
yep,
Huh, very interesting.
yep,
Oh, nice. Look at this clearing. You can kind of see out to.
yeah,
Maybe those people at the top might get a good view. Who knows?
maybe. It looks like that would be a fun one to hike.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's even a trail that goes up there or if you just have to off-trail it. But it does look like there's something along there, that ridge. That may be the side that's closed.
Oh.
Because the park rangers were talking about how they closed about half the trails
Wow.
because of all the rain they've been having.
Yeah, that looks like a cool trail, actually.
Yeah.
So when did you decide that you decide on joining the Army? Did you know from when you were 16 or from earlier? Or?
I honestly kind of did it on a whim.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, so I'm done with high school. I'm 18. I'm living on my own. I'm doing all these odd jobs,
Yeah.
but none of them are the type of job that I can make a career out of.
Yeah.
And they're all manual labor jobs.
Yeah.
And my dad's been a manual labor all his life, and he's destroyed. He is just physically broken.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, you can make you can make a career out of what you do or what you know.
Uh-huh.
I want to get paid for what I know
Yeah.
versus what I can do. So I figured I'd join the Army because I really didn't have a way to actually go to traditional college to actually afford it.
Yeah.
Doing my odd jobs, I could afford to live, and I could afford like a 2-year degree if I did it one class at a time. I didn't want to take that much time doing it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, I'll join up on a hitch. I'll do 4 years. I'll get out, and then I'll have, I can do some college while I'm in because they do allow that. And, online college was really becoming a thing in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
And then I'll actually be able to, use my GI Bill to go to college. And I'll have a GI Bill forever. If I want to buy a house, I can get them to co-sign on it. And I'll, just do 4 years and get out. And that was the plan.
Okay.
And then I'll be set up. I'll have some work experience. I'll join as a medic. So I'll have a trade that I thought could actually transfer to civilian life.
Did you pick that, the medic part?
I did get to pick it.
Oh, wow.
But honestly, medic doesn't actually transfer to civilian hiring. But I didn't know that at the time. If I joined as like an X-ray tech or something like that, it does directly transfer.
Yeah.
But the certifications we get as medics, there's no actual certification that's like a similar thing on the civilian side.
What about like a EMT paramedic type?
So for paramedics, for trauma, for adult trauma,
Yeah.
we're trained better than they are.
Right.
Like,
then
way better
should
than
be
they are.
good for like any
But
ambulance job for
If you go into special pops, like geriatrics and pediatrics,
Yeah.
they're trained way better than we are.
Okay.
If you go into medical conditions, which are 80% of your ambulance calls,
Yeah.
dealing with diabetes, dealing with cardiovascular
sure.
things, they're trained better than we are as well.
I see.
Yes. So I can't do what a paramedic does as far as all those special pops and all those special medical conditions,
Yeah.
he can't do what I can do to deal with a trauma patient.
Right.
And then, you know, people think combat medic, they think trauma, but 90% of the patients we see are actually at a clinic table for sick call, you know, primary care stuff.
Oh, interesting. Huh.
So, you know, we're the first people that patients come in and see. You know, we get the vital signs, we do the initial history and stuff like that. And somebody that's just got the sniffles, you know, we dispense the medications. And actually, with our certification, we can give prescription medications, certain prescription medications to soldiers. We can't give it to civilians, but
I see.
we're allowed to give it to soldiers. Not technically no narcotics,
Yeah.
but things like even Motrin 800s are technically prescription.
Okay.
Technically, Tylenol 1 grams are prescription. Naproxen is technically prescription for 500 or higher.
I see.
You know, things like that.
So, did you do school with the Army at some point?
Yes,
Okay.
I am a dissertation away from a doctorate.
Wow, cool. And what,
Yes.
in what specialty?
Healthcare administration.
All right.
Yep. My master's is in healthcare management with no subspecialty. My undergrad is in healthcare administration, just general, no subspecialty.
Okay.
My doctorate is healthcare administration with a subspecialty in data analytics.
Cool. All right.
So I had to learn a lot of statistics stuff.
That's great. Stats is very useful.
Dude, I love stats.
Yeah.
I hate accounting.
Yeah.
I love stats.
That's very fair. Stats is awesome.
Yep.
That's super cool. Okay.
Yep. But once I got sent to the academy, Sergeant Major Academy, that we were talking about up there, you know, I couldn't do it. So I've been on hold for my to complete my doctorate for the last year and a half.
And is this like, are you doing this online or at a, like?
So so my coursework I was able to do online.
Yeah.
I have to do in-person research and primary research for my dissertation.
Okay.
And I've actually done 2 already, and neither of them got accepted.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Wait, so you have to do your own research and then
Yep.
pitch it to
Yep.
some faculty or something?
Yes. So my second dissertation I did at the start of COVID,
Okay.
because we set up a lot of screening sites and stuff like that
Yeah.
back in February of 20, and I ran them until May. And I did quality control, healthcare quality control at an impromptu screening site in the field.
Okay.
And what we did is we did different control mechanisms to prevent the spread of COVID to our clinical personnel at each site. And also the way we manage patients coming in and going out were different. And the way we had all of our actual cadre members, how we managed them interacting with each other, we did different each site. And then we tracked COVID rates if if any of our clinicians got it after being seen, or if any of our patients got it, because a lot of our patients came back multiple times to be screened.
I see.
So if any of them picked it up after their initial screening, you know, and we looked at those rates to figure out what's the best way to control COVID, you know, when you're in a clinical setting, when patients have to come to you, you know, to get their COVID screening.
And this is one of your dissertations?
Yes, I did a dissertation based on it.
Did this one get accepted?
It did not, and it's not that that anything was faulty. It's that I had 1 doctor and 2 physician assistants working in those that broke protocol.
No.
So I had to exempt both them and all their patients from it.
Damn.
So after I had to exempt almost 600 patients from the study,
Yeah.
and a total of 9 of the cadre, which I had over 200 cadre, but I had to exempt 9 of them. They said I didn't have a patient population significant enough to be a representative sample.
Yeah.
So because I didn't have a statistically significant representative sample of the population of the local area, it didn't get accepted.
I see.
They said everything you did was perfect, your methodology was flawless, but because of that, you can't do it. And the second thing was I didn't report the doctors to the bar, which I cannot do because I am not a doctor. Most people going for this degree are already medical doctors or nurse practitioners.
Yeah.
I'm one of the few people. There are some RNs that are going for it, but the vast majority of them are actual independent medical providers. And it's set up so that they'll be, you know, in charge of the study and the lead physician in charge of the study so that they can do stuff. So the lead physician I had in charge of the study that was co-signing everything was actually Dr. Frent. And the lead physician in the study legally has to be the person to report them to the board for their state. And he decided not to. So that was out of my hands. And unfortunately, if a provider that's involved in the study breaks protocol and doesn't get reported to the board, that is a reason that the dissertation can be, you know, just thrown out.
What did they do to break protocol? Is it something like this? I don't know.
It had to do with how they manage their patients. Specifically, you know, this is a nice view.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
This maybe is what you see from the top.
Yeah, I'm gonna step up here for a second. But we had specific protocol for before we had COVID tests, you know, how to manage them based on their symptoms
Yeah.
while the tests were running. And he broke protocol on how they managed the patients, a few specific patients, specifically the instructions they gave them.
Well, that's too bad. What's the university that you're doing the PhD with?
Capella.
Where is that?
I think that's up in maybe Minnesota, I think, because they work on Central Time.
Oh, okay.
So it's over here somewhere. I think it's Minnesota. I'd have to look up.
So, what's the plan post-Army? Or are you planning to just continue in the Army for
So,
longer?
you heard us talking up there. You probably did.
2025?
Yep.
And then what's next?
So,
Will you have your PhD by then, you think?
oh, I definitely should have it by then.
Nice.
Because I'm going to a place that I'll actually be working in a hospital. Because I've been a line medic my entire career.
Okay.
I bumped back and forth between infantry units, field artillery units, cavalry. Haven't done aviation yet. Haven't done striker yet. But I've basically been bumping back and forth between combat arms units and then support battalions my entire career. So this will be my first time actually working in a hospital.
Wow.
So I'll just go up to the quality control office of the hospital. Hey, what are you guys having trouble with? And they'll be like, all right, this, and this. I'll be like, okay, I'll choose this topic that they're having trouble with, and I'll do my study based on that. Because there's always something that they're trying to get after in a hospital, trying to improve.
That's cool.
Because that's actually, quality control is actually the focus area of the actual program that I'm in. Healthcare quality control. It's really designed for a provider being able to look over his own practice and figure out where he's failing in quality control measures and fix that. Or a hospital administrator, typically a physician hospital administrator, to look over his hospital and be like, all right, we need to implement these quality control practices here, here, and here.
So
type
is
things.
Like some sort of hospital administrator role likely, you think?
I think that's likely.
Yeah.
So my first 2 years, I'll probably go back. I'll probably put all the stuff that I own in storage.
Okay.
And I want to hike the Appalachian Trail 1 year.
Wow.
So I'll just set it up. So I'll probably retire in March, some time frame.
Yeah.
Go down to Georgia, you know, fly in, take an Uber up to the trailhead,
Yeah.
and just hike the trail. And do that, you know, till September, October.
Yeah.
And then after that year, I'll probably maybe go out to Hawaii, be a dive master someplace or a dive instructor somewhere.
Okay.
You know, come back in the next summer and do the Pacific Coast Trail.
Wow.
And then after that, then I'll get back to actually
Like
working a
career stuff.
a career job.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds like a nice break.
Unless I get married between now and then, that might change things.
I
But
see. Yes, that makes sense.
but just myself, yeah, I can easily live off of E9 retirement pay if I'm just living out of my car and hiking trails. What's that?
You'll get a pension too, right?
Yes. So I'm grandfathered under the old retirement system.
Oh, there's a new retirement system.
There's a new retirement system, yes. So now they get a 401k.
Oh shit, that is not
Yep.
as good.
No. Now they do get matching contributions up to, I think it's 5% of their base pay
Yeah.
while they're in.
Nice. Okay.
So matching contribution's nice.
It is nice, but not
Yep.
the same as a like pension.
Yeah. So they get that, and then when they retire, they get their 401k, but they do have a reduced pension.
Oh.
It's less than half of what I'm going to get.
Okay.
It's most people that retire will get a few hundred a month for the pension,
Yeah.
maybe 1,000 a month for pension.
Okay.
Whereas I'm looking at my pensions. Hell, if I retire as quickly as I possibly can, I'll be getting over 2,000 a month for life,
Nice.
and it gets increased every year with what is it, inflation.
Oh,
Yep.
cool. Okay.
Yeah, there's cost of living adjustments to military retirement pay every year. Just the same way they increase the soldiers' pay.
Yeah.
Whatever percentage soldiers get is the same percentage that retirees get.
So here's a question for you. Let's say would you get the same pension amount if you lived in New York City versus
Yes.
like middle of nowhere Wyoming?
Yes, you get the same pension amount.
Oh, okay.
So
So they only adjust for inflation. They don't adjust for like.
no,
the
there's no
region's
cost of living.
expenses. Yeah.
No
okay.
cost of living change.
Got it.
Now, what's neat about it is if I go back and work as like a civilian for the military, like a GS or whatever, and still work for the DOD, I get the pension and I get that regular pay.
Nice. That is neat.
Yeah, because most places you can't do that.
And then if you did that for long enough, could you get 2 pensions?
Yes,
Wow.
yes I could. And
The other one would be on like the new term.
and my time in the military counts towards the new pension.
Okay.
Yep. So I'll be starting with 22, 23, 24 years seniority.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's the benefit. That's why a lot of people get out of the military and then go back and work a government job afterwards,
I see.
because their time in the military counts towards seniority and counts towards their retirement.
It seems like you've been very successful, if I may say, through
I
the Army/military.
I don't live high on the hog, but I live comfortably. I do. It definitely is a lot of work, especially as a junior soldier. You get fucked with all the time. Now that I'm senior, you don't get fucked with all the time, but there's the political bullshit to deal with.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because that's, I mean, in my mind, when I think of someone who's 18 and joining the Army,
Yep.
I would not, and I think this is statistically fair, I don't think the most likely outcome is PhD in like a health field, like
No.
you have gone down like an exceptional path.
Yep. But I'm at the point where, all right, you don't know military ranks, obviously, but
I don't know any.
so I'm enlisted. Sergeant Major is the last promotion I can get.
Was it Sergeant Major?
Sergeant Major.
Sergeant Major. Okay.
Yes, that is the last promotion I can get. And that is a pay grade of E9.
E9. Okay.
Yes, E9 is the pay grade. So enlisted grade, there's private 3rd class, E1, private 2nd class, E2, private 1st class, E3. There are 2 ranks at E4, and that is corporal and specialist. So specialist basically means you're not selected for promotion to sergeant. Corporal means you're selected for promotion, you're promotable. but they don't have slots for you, so you're not promoted yet. So there's those two ranks. They get paid the same, just corporal has a bit more work to do.
Yeah.
And then sergeant, you know, is technically corporal is the first NCO rank, but sergeant E5 is the first NCO grade.
Okay.
That's E5. E6 is staff sergeant, and that is the first rank that you can actually make a career of the military with. That's the most junior rank you can do 20 years with. All the other ranks before that, if you don't promote, don't get selected for promotion, you get kicked out after a certain amount of time.
Really?
Yep. It's called retention control point. Yes.
So they don't want
Yep.
people like sticking around that are
Useless. Waste of space.
not making it. Yeah, useless is a harsh way to put it, but you're in it, so you can
Okay.
do that.
Auction thieves. But yes,
I see. Wow, I've never heard it. What's that called?
retention control point.
Retention control.
Yes.
Yeah, I've never heard of that before.
Yep. So there's that, and then but most people make at least sergeant. Staff sergeant is really where you see a lot of people go one way or the other, making a career or not. Because it really doesn't take long to get promoted to sergeant. I was corporal at 23 months and sergeant at 25.
25 months?
Yep, in the Army.
That seems really.
That is the fastest you can do it is 24 by policy. And then I made E6 at, what was it? 5.5 years? Yeah, 5.5 years. So I was a sergeant a little over, about 3.5 years.
What is the criteria that like you are being evaluated on to bump up these like 4 or 5 ranks in 2 years?
So, you know, going from private third class to second class is very simple. Each unit gets what's called waivers, and they can waiver a person forward in a rank, and it's based on the company commander's discretion. So the company commander looks across his formation. He says, all right, I'm allowed to use this many waivers this month, which there's an authorized, you know, manning allowance that the unit has, and only a certain number of the privates that you're authorized can be wavered to a higher rank. So, and they have whole charts of, at this rank, this is your primary zone, your secondary zone. The waiver lets you promote in the secondary zone, which is the faster zone.
Okay.
But once, you know, a private does like does enough time, they become primary zone, and then that waiver that they were on becomes available for the next person. That's how it works.
Okay.
For up through E4. So getting promoted E2 to E4, that's how it works. It's automatic for primary zone. For secondary zone, you get waivered by your company commander.
So basically,
And he selects you.
like in charge
Yep.
of you all.
Yes.
Has to say,
Yep.
this kid's doing well.
Yep. The company commander is the lowest level commander. So in theory, he's the person that knows those soldiers the best.
I see.
Or he's the commander that knows the soldiers the best.
But there's not like, I don't know, like physical and like academic like tests you guys are taking.
Not until E5.
Oh wow.
At E5, so actually technically there's physical tests your entire career.
Well, so if you aren't passing those, you would not
Yes.
get promoted. Right?
So if you don't pass those, you get kicked out of the military.
Okay.
When I talked about APFT failures, that's Army Physical Fitness Test.
Oh. Okay.
So there's that test, which is changing. They're implementing a new one called the ACFT, Army Combat Fitness Test. And then there's body fat percentage weight. So every 6 months, you're supposed to do both those tests.
Yeah.
But for the physical fitness test, your company commander can waive it out to be a full year,
Oh. Okay.
which it makes sense because a lot of commanders don't want to do it during deployments.
Yeah.
So say I won't have anyone do it while we're in the combat zone. We'll do it when we get back.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when combat deployments got reduced to 9 months, it made sense. So they just have everyone do their test before they deploy.
Yeah.
They wouldn't do anything in combat zone, then they come back and have everyone do it again.
Got it. But even if you're like, obviously, I have no idea of what these tests entail, but
Yep.
assuming that you could be better than average on these tests, like,
Yes. So
doesn't necessarily.
when I was younger, I maxed the tests.
Oh, you
like,
can max the test. Okay.
Yep. There's a scoring scale, and the scoring goes 0 to 100.
Okay.
Like, and it's for the APFT. It was based on. There was a different scale based on gender, or sex rather.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sex and age. So there are age brackets and sex brackets,
Okay.
and then each one of them had different scoring based on how fast you run, how many push-ups you did, how many sit-ups you did.
Jeez. Yeah.
Because it was a 3-event test. The new tests, they don't have that anymore. One bracket for everybody,
Okay.
which is why when I said I went from having the company with the best APFT score to the ACFT scores because I had a bunch of females.
Yeah.
Well, new events are deadlift.
Wow.
Females don't do well with deadlifts compared to males.
Suck at that.
Second event is power throw, where you're throwing a medicine ball over your head, and it's for distance. And actually, the results on that are very much correlated with height.
Oh, so I'd be good?
You would be excellent.
Nice. All right.
Females don't do well on that. That is the second most common event females fail.
Okay.
Third event is called the sprint drag carry. In that one, it starts off, as the name implies, a sprint.
Yeah.
So you go down 25 meters and back 25 meters.
Okay.
And then they have a sled right there.
Okay.
The sled has 120 pounds on it.
Uh-huh.
So you grab ropes and you drag the sled down 25 meters and back.
Yeah.
Then you sprint the 25 meters and back again.
Okay.
And then when you get back, you grab kettlebells. So they have 40-pound kettlebells, and you have to carry 2 of them down and back.
Jeez.
And then you sprint it again.
I don't know if I could carry 2 40-pound kettlebells.
Well, now you have to sprint with them.
Well,
Honestly, I personally think it's easy to pass, but we do have a lot of females fail that one. And where you look at where their time is, it's the drag.
okay.
They actually do pretty decent with the kettlebells, carrying them.
Can
But
you do one at a time and you go back and forth? Or that's
yeah,
a
you
lot?
go back and forth, one thing at a time.
But like, there's 2 kettlebells, right?
Yeah, no, you have to carry both of them
You have to carry both of them at the same time.
at the same time.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, 40 pounds in one hand seems like a lot.
Yep. So what I found is don't grab them by the handle, grab them down by the base,
Yeah.
and you grab the front of them.
Okay.
The kettlebell will kind of rock like that.
Yeah.
And it'll actually drag you forward.
Nice. Is that what everyone does, or?
People that have been practicing the event.
I see.
I figured it out the last time I did
You
it.
have to figure it out.
Yep.
So do you think the fact that you, since you said you maxed out when you were younger,
Yep.
do you think that helped with the promotion?
Yeah.
process?
Oh, it definitely did.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Commanders love people that run fast,
Run fast
especially
forward and
junior soldiers,
push-ups?
and do a lot of push-ups and can do a lot of sit-ups and stuff,
Yeah.
and are just physically fit. Because a lot of what we do, especially as younger soldiers, has to do with physical fitness.
Yeah.
Now a lot of what I do has to do with administrative and has
Yeah.
to do with decision making and implementing judgment calls.
Yeah.
I still have to be out there with the guys and do the physical stuff, but I'm not the primary person that's doing the physical stuff anymore.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. The fourth event is the T push-up, where it's not a regular push-up. I guess the easiest way is demonstrating. If you,
You certainly don't have to. I can use my imagination, but it's up to you.
well, you go all the way down,
Yeah.
and then you put your arms out to the side, tap, come back and push up.
So your chest is lying on the ground.
Chest lying on the ground.
And then you put your arms
Yep.
up to the side.
You know what? It is so much harder than a regular push-up.
That's
so much harder.
interesting, 'cause
Yep.
by the description, it just like doesn't seem like it would be that much worse.
Yep. Like the first 5 you do, you're like, oh, this isn't bad. But after you get like 30 into it, it's terrible. It's just terrible.
Do you think it's so much worse because when you're sticking your arms out for the T, that you kind of like lose any momentum and like rhythm?
Well, first of all, yes, you can't build momentum or rhythm. Well, And army push-ups are a little bit different than what you see people doing in the gym or like CrossFit, because you have to be very rigid.
Okay.
You can't like sag your front or flex your back up any bit. You have to be very straight, kind of like there's a board on your back.
Yeah.
So that makes push-ups harder. But the fact that you go down and all the way down, touch your chest to the floor, means you're doing your full range of motion. Versus the other push-ups, you only had to come down until your elbows were parallel with your shoulder.
Right.
So you weren't doing a full range of motion.
Yeah.
And so it was easier to do it like that. And with the other ones, you were allowed to adjust your hands out and back. So if you got tired with your regular ones, you could switch to wide arm
Interesting.
and then switch back. With the new ones, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, that sounds hard.
Because when you switch between closed hand, regular, and wide arm, you're working different muscle groups.
Yeah.
So you can swap back and forth between your tired muscle group and you're not tired. With this one, you're hitting the same muscle group over and over. And you're not allowed to rest either. The previous one, there's still 2-minute time limit.
And what's the goal in these? Like
As many as you can.
2 minutes?
In 2 minutes.
And how do you, what's determines pass?
They have a scale. It's actually very low. I think it's like 20 to pass.
Oh.
It's not bad.
Okay.
But it's not bad at all to pass. But then after you get to 30, literally like 70 points is 30, but to get to 100 points it's 60. So it's literally one push-ups gets you 1 point.
Wow.
And the thing is, like regular push-ups, I was doing like 90 to 100 in 2 minutes. These ones I'm doing like 45 and 50 and I'm smoked. No stock beyond this point. I don't know what that means, but
Our livestock.
okay.
So we're good.
We're good. I don't have a cow in my back pocket.
All my stock is
I take it you didn't put a goat in your back pocket.
I just carry dead stock. I was thinking about that. When I saw that sign earlier today, I was wondering, like, is the origin of the word livestock related to stock that aren't alive?
Maybe.
Probably not.
I don't know. Hopefully Tesla stock will come back up.
Oh, are you
I'm-
investor?
I'm invested in Tesla. Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I was.
I should have invested early in 2020. I waited till later.
Everyone has. I think
but-
everyone I know has a missed opportunity Tesla story.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I did have Bitcoin.
Oh.
Yep, and I've been mining it for like 3 or 4 years now.
Oh wow.
So I've just let it sit there, and every time new PC components are launched, I upgrade my computer.
Yeah.
And I've never paid, in the last 4 years, I haven't paid a cent to upgrade my computer, and I've done it every hardware generation.
Okay.
So, and I just pay for it from Bitcoin that I mine.
I guess now that the price of Bitcoin's gone up so much, it's probably it might be worth it.
Yep.
Because I know for a long time, like, the cost of electricity was,
Well,
it made it not worth it.
in El Paso, electricity varies between 4.5 and 6 cents a kilowatt hour,
Okay.
which is not bad. Where I'm moving to, electricity costs like 30 cents a kilowatt hour.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, holy shit.
So you're gonna keep mining, or?
Well, if I live on base, I'm gonna get a certain amount of electricity for free.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Which is why I'm trying to get an on-base place. I currently live on base, and they actually don't have a cap. They had a cap when I moved in, they got rid of it.
So you can just load up your place with mining rigs.
Well, I'm sure if I do that, they'll come back with a cap.
Yeah.
Because you're not allowed to do what's called commercial activities from your house. And if I actually make mining rigs, they would probably consider that commercial activities. And then when they would, charge me back pay
Yeah.
based on that. But just having a gaming computer that's mining, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not building anything specifically for mining. I just have it mine during the system idle time.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So
So you're still holding the Bitcoin, didn't sell it.
holding the Bitcoin. Did not sell. Diamond hands, man.
Diamond.
Diamond hands. Now what I paper handed was GameStop.
Yeah.
Hey, I
did
made
not
like
touch GameStop.
dude, I made like 20 grand on that shit.
Really?
Yep. But I sold too early because I bought in before the meme thing hit.
Yeah.
So I bought in at like, well, I bought like, what was it, like $400 worth of it when it was like $15 a share.
Okay.
And then when it shot up, I sold it like $200.
Yeah.
And it shot up to like 4 something.
Yeah.
So I sold a little bit too early, but still.
420.69.
Yeah.
Like the meme kids were posting
No.
about.
I'm like, all right.
How'd
Paper
you find
hand.
out about it? Were you on Wall Street Bets?
No, I wasn't on Wall Street Bets, but I saw when people were short selling it. I'm like, hold up, GameStop has all this stuff. They have all these
Believe in the business.
hard stores. I believe in the business. I don't believe in them long term because
Yeah,
they
that's
didn't.
fair.
They skipped out on doing online sales too early.
Yeah.
But there still is a good market for aftermarket hardware components,
Yeah.
and now they're getting into online sales.
Yeah.
And there's still places, and they're getting into being gamer cafes.
Cool. Okay.
So
That's smart.
now they're divesting into that, and instead of running storefronts, they're running gamer cafes. I think they're going to be fine. They're going to rally.
Yeah. Thanks. I think in large part thanks to this huge capital influx
Yep.
they received thanks to the meme people.
Yep. Because I mean, AMC, the movie theater,
Yeah.
was going to go out of business, and they actually doubled down and paid off all their debts
Yeah.
when the meme hit.
Yeah.
And they went from almost declaring bankruptcy
Unbelievable.
to having all kinds of cash in the bank.
Yeah.
And they're like, all right, now we can ride out the rest of this COVID thing.
Yeah.
Because I think it was earlier this month I finally went back to the movie theaters.
Oh yeah.
I went and saw Silent Place Part 2.
Oh, all right. Nice.
Yeah, pretty good movie.
I don't know if I'm gonna go back to the theaters. I like streaming.
Okay.
Plus with I don't know, too many mass shootings.
Yeah.
Seems like I don't know.
Hey.
Y'all summit too?
What's that?
Did y'all summit too?
Yes, we did.
You guys might get a good view.
Yeah, we may have summited a bit too early.
Yeah.
You have a good one too.
Let's start.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
did you find
hello.
it?
Nope.
No.
He was looking for it too.
Yeah.
Well, I may have found it. I found a peak. That may have been it.
You know what? Claim it.
Yep, I did climb it, and I got a screenshot of the map, so I can go back and compare it.
I can see.
Yep.
Yeah, that main GameStop holder.
Yep.
I can't remember his meme
Yep.
thing. You know who I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking about.
He's from like 30 minutes from where I grew up.
Nice. But yeah, I invested in Tesla a little bit late, but I don't put everything in one stock. I own like 20 different stocks.
Yeah.
Just small buy-ins for each of them.
Yeah. That's kind of what I used to do. Do you trade options at all or no?
No.
Yeah, that's smart. Don't do it.
Yep, I do have one index fund
Okay.
that I'm invested in, you know, a tech-based index fund.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that one
You
does.
Matthew Woods ARK index fund.
I'd have to look and see the name. I don't even remember the name. But I've got Samsung, I got AMD, I got Intel.
Oh, AMD is like quite a ride.
AMD has. I got Nvidia too. Now, apparently Nvidia stock is about to split.
Wow, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yep. Because, I mean, it's almost doubled since I bought it.
Damn, I just realized I've been traveling for the past few days. I haven't checked the markets at all.
I don't check the markets on daily.
Yeah.
I check it maybe once a week.
That's good. What do you trade with? What's your platform?
E-Trade.
Nice. Me too.
Yep.
I have Robinhood as well, but
Yeah.
I just kind of do that one for not serious.
Doge.
Yeah, less serious stuff. And after the whole like GameStop, you know, order flow issues, made me very happy that I use E-Trade
Yep.
for important things.
Yep. My nephew, who's 19 or 20 now, I think he's 19. You know, he just kind of moved out, and he, you know, He actually, right out of high school, got a great job.
Oh, cool.
He's building motors for a boating company.
Cool.
Yep. And he has an option after 3 years, because right now he's technically like a trainee / intern thing.
Yeah.
But he's going to get certified through a guild for, you know, mechanics and whatnot. So he'll become, after 3 years, a journeyman.
Cool.
So right now he's an apprentice.
That's awesome.
And after this, he has an option of being hired on full time. They said they'll start him at $80,000 a year.
Wow.
I'm like, fucking stay there.
Yeah.
He's like, but I want to go to this. You're 19 years old, because right now he's making $45K.
Yeah.
And he hasn't really moved out. He's still technically living with my sister. And he's got all this money, but he jumped on the meme stocks when they were high. And then they went up a bit. He was like, yeah, I made all this. And then, you know, they've all come down.
Yeah,
and he's like all poopy face now.
Well, I guess it's
But-
better to learn young when you
Yep.
know, it's not like millions of dollars or whatever. You
Yeah.
know?
Because, you know, I'm holding Bitcoin for the long term. I don't go Doge or anything like that. I have one altcoin called Algorand. And the only reason I have that is they actually pay interest.
Oh, cool.
So I changed half my Bitcoin to them. But it seems like every time Bitcoin goes up, that one goes up the exact same amount. And every time Bitcoin goes down, that one goes down the exact same amount. So
What do they pay the interest
in Algorand,
Okay.
not in dollars, but I'm like, all right, I'll take 6% a year.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yep. But then I got my traditional stocks, which I only invested in companies that I believe in
That's,
for long term.
I think that's a good investing philosophy.
So
stay away from the
weekly,
hot
the daily,
topic
yeah.
nonsense.
So I only invest in something. I never pull out before a year. I always go the full year. That way it falls under capital gains
Yep.
or capital losses, one of the two.
There you go.
But yeah,
Well, I guess. How's that work in Texas, right? If you there's no state income tax here, so.
well, first, I'm a Florida resident. Active military,
Oh no! Wait, but doesn't
that's
Florida-
no state income.
Florida's no state income.
No
too,
state
right?
income.
So then, how does it work if you, for, you know, buying and selling within a year time frame? I thought that usually gets taxed at your regular.
No, it gets taxed at your residence. Oh yeah, it gets taxed like regular income. So it would
Oh, so
go.
you still pay your federal
I still pay federal.
on it. I see, but you wouldn't pay.
I wouldn't pay. I just don't have state.
Yeah.
Now, some states like Texas still has tax for capital gains.
Okay.
So they don't tax income, but they do tax capital gains.
Got it.
Florida does not.
Nice. Okay.
So I still don't have
Good
to.
to keep your residence there.
Yes. So as long as I'm in the military, I never have to change my residence from Florida.
Yeah. That's good.
Yep.
Get no state income tax and
Yep.
no capital gains.
And I own property in Tennessee. So Tennessee has basically the same tax setup as Florida.
Okay.
So since I own property there, I could, in theory, change my primary residence
Yeah.
to Tennessee since I own property there. If I got out of the military, but actually worked at some place that had income or state income tax,
Yeah. You could always just.
Yep. because I could use that property that's there, that's currently an investment property, and say that I live there.
Right.
As long as I go back there and I live there 2 weeks before I do that,
Yeah.
it's legal.
Yeah.
I think it's still 2 weeks. And then it's not like Alaska. Alaska, you have to go back every single year.
Okay.
But Tennessee, you don't have to do that, apparently.
And you were saying you're moving to Tacoma, right?
Yes.
Because they also no state income tax.
Also no
Yeah.
state income tax.
Wouldn't be a
But
bad place.
they have cost of living is insane in Tacoma.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of weird though, because normally, you know, Democrat-run states are high tax rate states and expensive to live in, and normally like Republican-run states are like low income or no, or low tax or no tax states,
Yeah.
and low cost of living.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, I'm
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
there's exceptions.
I'm think that seems right.
But Washington is weird because, I mean, they're a Democrat-run place, but they don't have like, what's it called? Like an assault weapons ban.
Oh, wow.
Because like before I was here in El Paso, I was in New York.
Okay.
You know, I had to rent storage in Pennsylvania to store my guns
Wow.
because I couldn't bring them into New York.
Yeah, sure.
Which I personally think they should have a military exception to their things, so we can at least just keep them in our house.
Yeah.
Even if we can't take them out to the range, we can just store them in our house.
Uh-huh.
If we're literally being told to live in the state, it's not a choice that we have.
Yeah. Or at the very least, like, the military should provide the storage
Yep.
for you guys, you know? Like,
Yep, they don't do that though. So a lot of people get in trouble in the military when they get assigned in New York because of that.
I mean, yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Because they don't realize, all right, assault weapon bans, but they don't realize New York has a pistol ban as well.
Oh, wow.
So in order to own a pistol in the state of New York, you have to have your concealed carry.
Got it.
That's why New York's concealed carry thing is going to the Supreme Court. It's not just to be able to conceal carry a pistol in New York. It is in order to own a pistol, period, in New York, you have to have it. That's why it's going in front of the Supreme Court soon. And they're saying that you shouldn't be able to require a license to own a pistol, period. It should be covered under the Second Amendment, you know, no license whatsoever.
Yeah.
Because you know, they did that case back in 2016 because District of Columbia outlawed pistols, period. There's no way to own it.
Wow.
They strict prohibition, and the Supreme Court came back and said, no, you can't do that. Pistols are covered under the Second Amendment. You cannot prohibit them or do a strict prohibition on them.
Yeah. Sorry, my shoes.
Yeah. But then, because Washington, D.C. also did a no carry thing as well, and that got overturned. They said you can require a license to carry, but you have to make it so that there is some legal way to publicly carry firearms. You can require that they're concealed and that you can't be seen with them, like Florida does that. If you get a carry permit in Florida,
Yeah.
it's not open carry. It just has to be so that a person can't see it. So if you have it like in a holster on your waist, say you adjust your shirt and someone sees it, you just broke the law, even if you're, you know, able to carry it. So
you still need a separate concealed carry permit in Florida?
yes. In Texas, you did until last week
Yeah.
when they just passed open carry.
Yeah. Nice.
So, but you can still get the Texas carry license because it has reciprocity with other states. So I have a concealed carry in Florida, North Carolina, and Texas.
All right.
And that gives me reciprocity with like 45 states,
Wow.
having those three.
That's
What
pretty good
is
coverage.
it? New York doesn't give reciprocity with any state.
Okay.
California does not give reciprocity with any state.
What about Massachusetts?
Massachusetts does not.
Ah, there it is. I'm from Massachusetts.
Yep. New Jersey does not, and Hawaii does not. Those 5 states do not give reciprocity to any other state.
Yeah.
But having those, it's good for road trips. Because I don't stay in hotels. I just sleep in like the freeways, rest area and stuff.
Yeah. I
But-
overlander style.
Yeah, overlander style. So I feel, or I sleep in truck stops. I feel better when I'm carrying when I do that.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure I'm carrying legally.
Yeah.
So I always look up, you know, is this state stand your ground state or due to retreat state whenever I go through. And I look up how long can I sleep at a rest stop. Because some rest stops you can sleep overnight. In some states, like Texas, they don't care how long you stay.
Oh, wow.
In New York, it's 4 hours.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I grew up in Ohio. Ohio is 6 hours.
You grew up in Ohio?
Yep, I grew up in Ohio.
When did you guys move to Florida?
When my parents divorced. When I was about to start middle school. I think it's this way.
I think so, too.
Yeah, there goes the parking lot. That's shouldn't have even been a guess. I couldn't see over the bushes. You probably could. But yeah, yeah. You know, I always check the rest stops and the gun laws whenever I'm traveling long distance, you know, across states. And then, of course, the route and what I'm going to do when I get there.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense.
Yep.
No guns on me, so we skip
Yep.
that stuff.
Well, I actually started carrying, I tried Uber driving a bit,
Oh yeah?
and I started carrying because of that. Because I tried using like stun guns when people got out of line,
Okay.
and a lot of states consider them the same as a pistol.
Okay.
And I tried mace.
Yeah.
No. I did it once. No.
You actually had to use it?
Yes.
Oh no.
Dude, I was doing it in San Antonio. I was stationed. So when I go to Washington, that would be my 10th duty station.
Wow.
Just so you know.
Yeah, it's been around.
I've been around. So yeah, all kinds of people get drunk and whatnot, call up the Uber, and people just go crazy when they're drunk.
Yeah.
So I stopped doing it because it wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
But I had to pull on people and tell them to get out the car when they wouldn't get out the car.
Yeah. Shit.
You know, I've had people go to pull on me and I pulled on them first.
Jeez.
I've had people pull knives, try to rob me,
Oh no.
and then I pulled on them. I actually never